My name is Olga Bagaeva and I am UX UI designer with 5+ years of experience. And here is my course, Crypto Exchange App Design. What is this course about? This tutorial will go through the process of creating a crypto exchange app design using Sketch. The tutorial will focus on all major stages of app creating. First, we'll look at how to use Sketch and its fundamentals. And then, we will create wireframes as our first stage of app design. Once we've created our wireframes for all app screens, we'll jump into user interface design stage and create app according to our style guide. So, what do you need? Simply, first, you need to know basic about design theory. The second thing, you need to install Sketch. Sorry, no Windows users, only Mac is here. And the third thing, you need to know a bit about UX and UI design. So UX and UI, it is user experience and user interface design. How course will go? We'll have a few sessions and we'll review all important aspects in order to be successful in app creation. First, our session will be about Sketch fundamentals and wireframing. It will be Sketch fundamentals and techniques for app creation. The second, we'll review high and low fidelity introduction and what is symbol and how to use it. Our second session will be about wireframing, building wireframes using symbols and the basics about wireframing. On our third session, we will review our previous wireframes and continue to build new ones. On the fourth session, we will jump into UI design and translating symbol scheme into color version, and then creating UI based on wireframes. Next session will be also about UI design, and we will continue translating symbol scheme into color version. The last session will be about prototyping, where we will review a few questions. What is prototyping? How to create links? And we will create our first app prototype. So welcome to my course, join tutorial, learn and enhance your knowledges. Bye bye! Hi there! Welcome to our first session called Sketch, Fundamentals and Wireframing. My name is Olga Bagaeva and I'm UX UI designer, and I'm going to teach you the basics of how to work with Sketch application. Here we have some plan of our session, and let's go step by step, learning everything what you need to know in order to create successful application and be happy with your final product. So first, we will take a look into Sketch fundamentals. You need to know first how to install Sketch. If you go to sketchapp.com, you can download the current version from here and try it for free. When you have Sketch, you can already follow my steps. So let's create pages. How you can do this? Pages are located here, and why do you want to use them? Just simple reason. For example, if you want to create 20-30 screens of applications, sometimes it is hard to have all screens in one place, and you can divide them by functions, by some other meaning or any direction you want to present. For example, here I have 3 pages. How to add or create new one? Just press here on plus button, and here you go. You can adjust this tab and you can rename this page as well. For example, example page. Here you go. You have just created your first page, and you can create anything what you would like to do here. Let's back to my plan and follow next step. The next thing I would like to talk is artboards. What is artboards and how to create them? So basically, when you will start working in Sketch, it is main working tool that you will use every time. Artboard, it is the place where you will locate all your elements and all your design will be located there. How to create it? There are multiple ways. First, you press Insert and choose Artboard. Then you need to click and drag. Here you go. Here is your first artboard. It is the first way of how to create artboard. There is another one with hotkey. Just press A and the same action. Click and drag. So here is the main functions on how to create artboards. When you're working with artboards, it is important to know about format of each artboard. As far as we are going to work on application product, you need to adjust the current artboard to, for example, iPhone X size. How to do this? Just go to this tab and press Custom. You will see drop down which shows basically all possible dimensions according to what you would like to use. You can see here iPhone 8, iPhone SE, X, iPad, iPad Pro, Apple Watch, Apple TV or Touch Bar, or you can create custom one. We are going to work with iPhone X size, so we select iPhone X, it will be automatically adjusted, and here you go. This is the size of iPhone X screen, and we will use this screen size in future. How to delete artboard? If you do not need this artboard or you would like to discard from this, just simply press delete and it will be deleted. If you would like to back this artboard, just press Command plus Z and this artboard will be back again. Let's delete this and move to the next step. The next step is how to create and modify shapes. Let's create any shape you want. For example, it will be rectangular. You can select Insert, and here the first will be shape. You would like to choose line, arrow, rectangle, oval or any other type of shape you want to work with. For example, we would like to create rectangle. Press it, click and drag. Here you go. Here is your first rectangular. How to adjust any shape and modify it according to your design needs. When you select your shape, automatically the tab on the right side will appear with basic characteristics of this element. And here you can adjust position of the element according to X and Y and Y or Y. Size, transformation, radius. Radius, it is about corners. For example, I would like to make it more rounded ones, or maybe even circle. Let's back again. We can control opacity by here In some cases you would like to choose different blending modes, so this works similar to Photoshop. And what you will use every day in your design working process, it is fills and borders. Basically, fills are about color, solid color inside, but not also solid. For example, by default, we can see fills and borders. Let's discard from borders and work with fills only. I would like to change this color to another one. So, to do this section, I'm pressing on this gray area, and you will see here color picker. This icons means that you can choose multiple color fills. For example, we are using currently flat color. There are linear gradient, radial gradient, angular gradient, pattern fill, and noise fill. You are going to work with solid, gradient, and sometimes with pattern fill. This is your main focus. You would like to concentrate your attention. For example, I would like to change this color to, I don't know, maybe something like this, red. Or I would like to choose any other color I prefer, let's say like this one. This is a manual chosen of color, but if you would like to pick some precise color, you need to press here and choosing any color you would like to work with. For example, I would like to choose my blue color. Here you go. You just changed your color. There are also global colors and document colors, which will be important in our future style guide. Global colors are made by default, and here are document colors. We will take a look on them a bit later. So here is how to create shapes and work with colors. Let's move on to the next step and talk about how to create and modify fonts. You can create text layer in multiple ways. For example, you need to press T, which means text, and choose area you would like to work with. For example, I would like to work with such area. And I don't know, just example text. Here we go. You can adjust the area of your text. You can make it wider. You can make more height, or you can increase the size by diagonal. This will be important when you will create your text layers, and you need to be precise with its sizes. So let's, for example, create or change text color. The way will be similar on how we just change color on the shape. You need to go to this tab and you will see here color. Click. Sometimes you will see like this, color picker will be not active, so need to open it and create change to violet color, or let's say blue, like this. When you change your color, you will see the result already. Let's choose this color. I'm fine with it. Presses on gray area and the color picker is gone. The other important things about text layer is options here, size of font, typeface, weight. These are the main functions you will work with in your future. So what is this about? Typeface is choose the font style, font version. For example, currently we are using letter. You can pick from your list any other font, for example, cabin. This is one way of how to choose any other font. But you can search typeface here. Need to press, and for example, I would like to change my font to Open Sans. Just here you go. I've typed open, and here is Open Sans. Selecting, pressing twice, and here we go. We just changed our font. Currently it Open Sans regular. Weight. What about weight? When you create variations of your font, you will choose different styles of thickness. For example, Open Sans have such list of fonts of thickness right? Regular, italic, light, light italic, and so on. For example, I would like to make it bold. Here you go. It is bold right now. Or let's make it light. It is light. And the other important things are options, because here you can choose list type and text transform. List type might be numbered, bullet. For example, let's choose numbered. It is numbered. Bullet. And text transform, basically only uppercase or lowercase. Or none. So this is default text as we had before. Alignment. You will work with alignment frequently, and you need to know how align your text inside of this box. By default, when you will create any font, any text, you will create it with left alignment. If you press here different options, you will see first by default, second is set the horizontal alignment of the text layer. It will be middle alignment, right alignment, or there is fourth option, width alignment. Let's go back to default, press left alignment. Spacing, let's do it visually right now. Let's say 10. What it does, it makes different space between characters. In some design versions, you might want to use this effect. Let's back to default, 0. What other important thing is line. For example, if we have 2 lines of texts. Okay. Increase this box, then you will see the second line. And for example, you would like to make line height bigger than it is now. So your current font size is 18, and by default you can see that it is 24. Let's make 30. So here is additional space, and by this effect you can increase or reduce the space between lines, text lines. You can also control your opacity, blending, fills and borders. This is the basic things what you need to know about font, and you will work with these effects in our future project. So the next step I would like to talk about, it is adding fonts as a text style. We already created some font here. Let's get rid from second line. Here we go. For example, we have some text, and we are going to use it frequently across our app. In order to save our time and be consistent everywhere on all screens, because application can be not only 10 screens, it might be 20, 30, 50, depends on the product and depends from how many fonts and how many text styles you'll use. So, to not remember all such things, you need to create your font style guide. So just select the example text and go here where it says no text style, press arrow and create new text style. Press, give some name, for example, it will be our H1 text. Enter. And what possibility it gives you? Let's copy this text. To copy any element on sketch, you need to press Alt, choose your element, press Shift and move down. By this way you can copy any element. So we just copied our example text layer. Let's change it. For example, let's say, I don't know, example text 2, okay? And make this size bigger. Okay, so we have two different styles. In some cases, when you create design, you need to be consistent and you don't remember which font you used, where it is bold, light or whatever. And to do so, for example, let's create like this. Font 1. Okay, and get rid from this. Usually you will create in this way your text. And when you will copy this element all over the app, you might want to use the same style everywhere. To do so, we've just created H1 style and we need to apply this style to this new layer. We need to transfer this one characteristics to our new created layer. To do so, we are going here and we select H1, and Sketch automatically create our font according to selected layer style. So this is easy way how to manage your font styles, how to manage your consistency all over the app. Let's move on. Adding fonts as a text style. So we have already reviewed this question. Importing icons. To import any icons, let's say like this. You can import by simple drag and drop. So you can work with EPS format. You can work with SVG format. Any format you are comfortable with. The sources might be different. It can be online importing, for example, flat icon website or any other website you are working with, or you can create your custom icons as well. Creating symbol. So what is symbol and how to work with symbol? It is similar as we have worked with style recently, but a bit different. What is the difference? For example, let's create artboard. We know how to create it already. Pressing A, click, drag and drop, and let's say iPhone X, right? And I would like to create my very first header here. To do so, I'm pressing my rectangular shape and creating my first header. Let's say that the height of this element will be 80 pixels. I'll remove color here, which means border color. And let's move with wireframe in style. Let's create here another rectangle, which basically will mean that here will be some icon in future. Let's change color to this. For example, here will be arrow back. Okay. Let's copy this. And here will be cross. And for example, I have additional 5 artboards which I created like this. One, 2, 3, and 4. And I would like to make same heading for all my artboards. I don't want to create it manually each time, so what I would like to do here is select all my elements that we have created recently, press right button, and select create symbol. Given a name, for example header, and go into symbol page right now. Right now it is a new page for you. Here is the page where you are going to manage all your symbols in future, export in after, and work all over the application. Here we have our header, which we can modify. For example, I can make it group or make it center. I'm using hotkeys for making all these actions. So basically, my advice to you it is to learn how to use hotkeys and use it all over the time because you are saving a lot of time. It is first my tip. So we created our first symbol called header, and right now what we are going to do, let's back to our example page. Sorry, page 2. And work with our other 4 screens. To insert our symbol, here we do not need to copy paste each time. We are going to insert document, and here we can see our header. Pressing. What is great in Sketch is that you can adjust pixel perfect position size and other characteristics. 0, 0, and it is adjusted automatically. Right now we can just copy paste, and we are doing the same with all artboards. Header, in current version we can copy the first screen multiple times, but sometimes you have no such possibility and you will insert symbols each time. For example, you'll create cards, you'll create a menu, you will create some moving elements, and so on. So this is very useful, and I strongly recommend to use symbols. Let's proceed with next question. It is how to use symbols. Basically, when you create your patterns called symbols, you will use them frequently and you will just insert them. And in case you would like to modify each of them here, for example, you will double click and voila, you are going directly to this symbol. Here you can, as we have mentioned before, you can move, adjust, resize, you can do everything what you want. For example, let's change here. Okay. And all our screens will be updated to our latest changes we've just made recently. So this is a cool way to manage your designs. Making design changes we have already discussed, and we can move to next thing, which is basically drawing custom shape based icons. How to do so? For example, you can see here icon which has some stroke effect, and to do so you will use line, which is here basically in shape, and you will just create it in future if you would like to make custom shapes. You selecting line, pressing and drawing. You need to press vector here and you can draw your shape. For example, let's create shape similar to this. Not exactly, but something similar. Okay. And let's increase border size, make it more visual appealing, for example 3 or even 5, right? And modify it color. For example, let's choose this one. So this is a way how to create your custom shape based icons. Basically, main tool is a vector. You can work with strokes or you can work with fills, which can be gradient ones or color ones. Layouts adjustments for phone like iPhone. So when you are working with layout, it is important to understand the basic structure of layout. For example, if we have multiple elements, let's create a few rectangles. For example, here. And here will be different structure. When you will create your application, you will get a lot of different elements which need to be combined and grouped in a proper way. To do so, I strongly recommend you to follow grouping. For example, let's hold Shift and select these rectangles. To group these elements, I'm pressing Command G. So we just created new group. Let's select these elements with pressed Shift, Command G. Again, we've selected elements and created group. By this way, you will keep your screen easy to navigate. You will create a structure which will be easy to work in development stage. And what is important, you can always rename this group. For example, let's say this will be some items, and this will be buttons with icons. It can be anything you want. So what we see here, it is header, items, and button with icons. Let's move on and talk about next stage. It is exporting artboards and assets. You can export any of your artboard really easy. Need to press on this name, for example, artboard 2, pressing, and go here, make exportable. You need to press plus. Here you will see preview, which basically is current screen, and if we have no background as we do right now, it will show transparent one, and it will show the size of export. For example, 1x, it is current size, 2x, it twice more size, 3x, triple times more, and so on. You can use prefix or suffix. I usually use prefix. For example, if I'm exporting into 2x size, I'm pressing prefix, and here will be 2x. And the format. You can export PNG, JPEG, TIFF, WebP, PDF, EPS, SVG format. These are the most popular you are going to use in your future work. When you are happy with all selection, you need to press Export Artboard 2 if you would like to export it locally, or Share, and you will choose where you would like to share this element. The really important question is next one. What is human interface guidelines and how to use it? If we go here, it is Apple developer description with some specification, which called human interface guidelines. When you are going to design your application, it is important, it is strictly important to know these guidelines. They are describing the size of iOS system, size of icon, size of header, menu, message, button, anything you would like to work with, and you will work with these elements. For example, screen size, layout, different sizes, margins, and color. And here, screens and components of iOS 11 for iPhone X and iPhone 8. You can find all this information from this website, which will be in my description, and you can easily download this resource and work with this in our future project. Let's go back. In our future building wireframe, we will take a deeper look on these human interface guidelines. And how to work with them. What is wireframing and what it is about while you are working? Wireframing it is a way of presentation your work in schematic direction. Basically, there are two wireframe modes, low fidelity and high fidelity. The difference between these wireframes is precise elements which are located in different way, in a proper way or just about something. Let's take a look. Low fidelity wireframe. It might be drawn by pencil, or you can use any program you are comfortable with. Basically, this is a low wireframe. So what is it? Usually you create some 15 minutes drawings which explains you which elements and functionality will be used in each of your screen and how you are going to work with other screens. Not only location of all elements and short description what functionality do they create or interact with. Low fidelity has no restrictions about proportions, but it should be in general understandable that this will be button, this will be drop down, and so on. And when we talk about high fidelity, which basically is here, example, high fidelity prototype, it is really great organized layers which has precise location of all elements. They are pixel perfect, and sometimes designers are using high fidelity wireframe as a stage before UI design. So you are going to create high fidelity wireframe and create your design over this wireframe. So this is really important stage, and you will work with high fidelity wireframe all over the time during each of your new project. The restrictions which can be here, it is color differences. So basically you will work only with gray color, different variations of gray color, and white. Sometimes it might be some additional black color. So just gray. And by this you are showing basically functionality. You are not talking about beauty of this product, but you are showing how it works, how it interacts with other screens, and how you are going to present each of important elements there. So basically this is all about low fidelity and high fidelity wireframe, what you need to know and think about. And how to make a user interface based on wireframes. As I have mentioned before, you will create firstly your low fidelity wireframe, then high fidelity wireframe. Experienced designers will create already high fidelity wireframe. Let's back to our first screen and think about how we can work with user interface. For example, we have created here 3 elements, which basically let's create symbol from one of them. Rectangle 1. Okay, go to symbol page. And let's modify this rectangle. To do so, I'm pressing on a rectangle, removing borders for now, changing my fields to white, and there is a shadows. For example, let's create really smooth shadow. I'm choosing this color, making blur effect up to 15, let's say. Let's preview how it looks on our screen. Here we go. So this is a really fast way to make your high fidelity wireframe into next step presented in user interface already. When you will work with a new project, every time you will create such symbols, and then you are going to translate them into beauty. And this way, this direction will allow you to be consistent with all your styles, with all your beauty that you are going to work with, and all elements will be same in size, will be same in effects, shadows, and so on. So basically we have reviewed all important features that we need to know in order to proceed to our next step, where we are going to create our wireframes and talk about high fidelity wireframes in more detail. So just I would like to tell you that it is your first step into Sketch fundamentals, and I am happy that I presented today this information to you, and I hope to see or hear you in my next session. So join my future tutorial, learn, and be happy with your new knowledges. Bye bye! Hi, welcome to my second session of Sketch fundamentals and wireframing. And today we are going to start working on wireframes. What do you need in order to begin this work? First, you will need to know guidelines from Apple. You can get them by going here, eosdesignkit.io/ios-11-guy/, and you need to download here, free download. Then you will get iOS 11 guidelines, and you can work with my wireframes and my suggestions. The second thing that you need to know and you need to download, it is this file, which basically has some grid system. With this grid system we are going to work. To get this file, you can get it from here, Dribble. This link will be in attachment, and you can download and work with this perfectly aligned grid system. So how we are going to build our first wireframe? There are a lot of projects about exchange, cryptocurrency, and other directions on Behance, and I looked for interesting project. I found this one, which called BitSwap. It is cryptocurrency coin exchange project by WeTech Solution. We are going to use this structure, and we will reorganize it according to the project in more details also. But for our very beginning of wireframing, it is enough to design a few screens and try to understand how it works. So let's jump into Sketch and start our wireframing. Here's our file. So let's create new page. We will call it wireframe. And here we are going to work. First, we need to create our artboard. There are two ways. First, we can press and click drag and drop. Then we can choose here iPhone X and it will be adjusted. Or we can use our template, which will be better solution. We are taking this iPhone X main, copying, Command C, and pasting into our document, Command V. As you can see, it is the same size, but if I turn on here layout, we won't see such system. To compare, I will turn off this layout here, and you can see that it is exactly the same dimension, the same proportion, just what it has symbols, it has some background, and the visual presentation how this screen will look on your iPhone X phone. So I suggest we will proceed with this version, and we can forget about this artboard, so we can delete it. Let's rename. For example, it will be our first screen. Let's say first main one. And then what another thing we need, it is symbols. And also we need our work. So basically I copied Behance project here. Let's copy to our wireframe and follow this project, trying to create the logic of application. So what this application has? First, it has login form. We can log in via Google or we can log in with our mobile. Sometimes we can log in with email. So it is up to your choice. The second screen that we are going to use, it is the personal start page, where will be basic information about user and about what you would like to do. You would like to allot balance or you would like to load Bitcoin. Another thing that it will be a floating bar, and after we will continue to create more detailed screens about Bitcoin exchange system. So basically let's start from first screen. It will be our login screen. We do not need these symbols, so we can simply delete them. Delete it by pressing delete. And let's create basic shapes. I have Mac from 2017 year, so there is some bar on my keyboard and I'm going to use these hotkeys on my bar. So I'm pressing circle. If you haven't this possibility, you can go just there into insert shape and you can choose any shape you want to work with, or you can use a shortcut here. For example, oval will be O, rectangle will be R, and so on. But I'll use my hotkeys in order to work faster. So first, what we have in first screen from functionality point of view, we have logo, which represents the application. I will enlarge a bit. Explanation, short explanation, and let's get started with possibilities with two options we might want to proceed. And the sentence which says, by logging in for this account you agree to our terms and conditions and privacy policies. This is going to be always like this, just the place of the sentence might be different. So let's create first place for our logo. I will use also circle shape. In order to create such circle, I'm holding shift, click and moving my mouse until I will be satisfied with this size. Let's just cut from borders. Let's use default color so we will be economical with our time. And let's adjust this circle in our artboard. I would like to adjust it precise, so I need to choose artboard by pressing shift, go here, or press on my hotkey alignment, central alignment. It is aligned. Then what we are going to use? We are going to use some texts and buttons. I can create text by pressing text, click, dragging and moving, and let's say I will use the same text, so it will be swap coins securely. Great. Then we need to adjust this text. Go in here and press in central alignment, or I'm using my hotkey. I can adjust this box. I can see here, let's get started. So I would like to redesign this a bit, and let's say I will have only logo, the name of application, and 2 buttons. Why we need this iOS 11 guy? Because we need to use exactly sizes and recommendation from Apple in order to be right with button sizes. So we are going here, UI elements, and we can take button, which in UI controls, copying and pasting here, and you get already ready button. If you would like to redesign it, it's up to you. For example, I will have button not so white. Let's make it 270, and I will rename it. Here we can see login with Google, so I'm typing login with Google. Right, and copying login with mobile. Let's use the same way. Great. Another thing, I would like to make my buttons with background, and this is a symbol. You can see that this is a symbol from such icon here. Double click. Right now we are on symbols page and we can edit our page. For example, I would like to make the button not blue, but for example, I don't know, black. Let's back. See, it is black. I will back blue color here, and I would like to make this button with some background. In order to do this action, I need to create new rectangle inside of my symbol. Just cut from borders, and I would like to make not rectangles, but rectangle with rounded corners. So I'm typing here, for example, 25. Great. That was really great. Okay, let's back to our page and see the problem, because when you copy symbols, some problems might appear sometimes. It's fine. Go in here and let's preview what we can see here. Let's back and see. Great. So this is not exactly symbol yet. We need to create symbol by pressing right click and create symbol. Given a name, for example button, then go into symbol. Right now all is fine, and let's proceed with background. Right now it works. So let's discard from borders and move under the text layer. Let's make our text not a symbol, so I would like to detach from symbol, and we can delete this. Let's a bit design our wireframe, so I would like to have white background but with little borders, and maybe not 22 but something about 15. Let's preview. How is it? In case you would like to proceed with totally rounded corners, you can proceed with totally rounded ones. Okay, we have login with Google and login with phone or mobile. Login with, and let's create copy of text. Move to downside. It will be here, but I would like to be precise in text, so I will move here for a little while and type suitable information by logging in. Or let's make not so long, just by entering, or just I agree to terms and conditions, and we will create some tick for this. So we just make the same text, less in size but the same for our minute. Okay, we've just created. Let's make it with left alignment and create rectangle. Discarding from fields. Here will be 5, radius with 5, and I would like to make it 20 or 25. Let's create 25. Perfect. And we are going to align these buttons, because the good behavior when user presses with one finger, so the buttons should be here. And for future design I would like to make some changes to these buttons. That's why in my thinking for future UI design I would like to make right now on the wireframe stage important change. I would like to make height 50, and here will be 300. Increase background size, make it more radial, and align the content. So right now it is 300 into 50. Let's back. When you are going to change symbol, parent symbol, you will see changes only on symbol page. In order to see this update on your main screen, you need to remember these new dimensions which we have made right now and type them here, 300 into 50. And again, 300 into 50. Another sketch possibility, which is great for you, it is measure instrument. This possibility will allow you to measure distances from different elements. How to use it? For example, I would like to know the distance between these two elements. I'm pressing on Login with Mobile button, holding Alt and selecting the element I would like to know distance to. Right now it is 14, so I would like to make it 10. I'm holding Alt and pressing Up button. Right now it's 10. Align. Besides, another way is to know if you are aligned properly, just to see this vertical line which will appear automatically in case you align the content precisely. Okay, and I would like to move this a little bit down. So here we go. Our first screen, which is welcome, is ready. Let's move on to next screen, which is basically about our home page. I'm copying artboard. It will be second artboard. When you have a lot of screens, it is a good habit to create them and rename on the same way. For example, not 1, 2, 3, 4, but here will be home screen. So I'm typing here home. To rename the artboard, you need to double click on this tab and enter your name you would like to choose and work in future. And the first screen will be login. We just renamed two artboards. Let's proceed with the second artboard. Here we have the information about user. So I would like to design this in a little different way. First, right now I'm going to use symbols from style guide. So I'm going here, selecting the symbol I would like to work with. For example, I would like to work with this symbol. Double click. Here is parent symbol, selecting by name, not by pressing inside symbol, but by this violet or purple name. Ctrl C, moving to my file, go into symbols page and pressing Ctrl V. Right now I have symbol for my header. I would like to rename it a bit, so I'm pressing twice and typing header or navbar. It is up to you. Go into wireframe, and in order to insert our symbol, I'm pressing insert, symbols, document and header, and I would like to align this 0, 0 and moving into up. Great. It is perfectly aligned, and what I would like to create here. Right now I'm going to change my parent header, and I'm double clicking here. First, I'm going to work with this title, with this circle, and with this option. So I would like to discard from this circle. Here will be my hamburger menu. I will create here. Selecting, align, then I do not need this option, but for example here will be my logo, company logo, so there is a place for logo, and you can see in header interesting thing as a title. Why it is interesting? Because here you can rename it. For example, this will be my home page, and I'm typing home. See, it's automatically changed. Right now, really important thing, layout. I need to align everything according to my grid. You can see right now that I'm out of it. So to do this, I'm going to header, turning on this alignment, and checking if I'm okay with this or not. So I can see that I am a bit out, so I would like first to group my element and a little move. Sometimes you get mistakes from grid. In order to make it perfectly aligned, I would like to suggest you one tip that which basically here it is layout settings. You need to retype all this information into your symbol, so just go into retype this, or check what we have currently here. I already see mistake. Would like to check one more time. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. So there is another way of improving this mistake. I'll show you right now. It is going here. We have right now header as a symbol. I would like to detach from symbol and align these elements manually, that it will be perfectly fit. I'm not sure about logo, what size it will be, what color it will be, just it is a placeholder for future logos. When I'm fine with my current alignment, so then I create symbol. Header, go in here. So I have two headers. This is alt. This we do not need, and this we do not need. Just a little bit of cleaning. Here is our new header, just perfectly aligned. So as a suggestion, I would like to recommend work in artboard, then create all elements into symbols, because sometimes the grid system is a bit different from artboard to artboard, and you might make some mistake. cool. We just make our first header and we can change our manner of work. We are going to show rules, and here you will see left and right, let's say like red lines, which shows you where your space will be limited. Then I am turning off my layout and I would like to proceed with creating this information. So what I have here some bitcoins, count of bitcoins that I have. Okay, let's create them. Work with font size a bit. Let's create 40 for example. Increase box size and type the same digits, for example, like this. Too much, just like this. Okay, right now it's fine. Here is the translation into national money. Let's say it will be $15 just for imagination. Here the size will be less, maybe not so less, 18. Okay. For now I'm using central alignment because in future I would like to change this design a bit. Great. Then what we have here, we have buy rate and sell rate. Okay, so let's create these rates. Copy text. I will have two blocks here. So again, I would like to use the layout and align this box according to my layout. Copy this text here, so I have two texts, and turn it off. Then I'm telling that here will be my buy rate. Buy rate, for example, here $90. Okay, and here will be sale rate. So sale rate is 100 or 110. It is only for imagination. You need to know how to create this and you can insert the real data after. Okay, so we have great elements. I would like to reduce font size. What else we have here? It is wallet balance and buttons, which shows basically functionality of this main app. So I would like to create some wallet balance as well, creating the same box, let's say 45, without border, or let's use border but discard from fields. Right, and the text here will be wallet balance. We can use another thing as well. We can imagine that here will be not only text but also icons. So already on wireframe step we can create text plus icons. So for now I will use this behavior also. let's finish with wallet balance. The digits are a bit bigger, so for example I have $1,000 or $10,000. Okay, here I'm increasing the size of font up to 20, for example. Looks fine. Adjusting. And right now I'm again working with my buttons. Copying. Here I would like to make it less width, and the text will be, for example, as here, withdraw. We have created button, changed the size of it, but it looks ugly. So I would like to detach from symbol and see the problem. So my problem that the text is out of button. Let's align. It is first problem. Second problem, the button size is too little for this word. I can see two decisions: or make button less, or make this input less. For example, let's try first. We will create a new additional style for button. Here will be already 40, and here, for example, 90. So it will be better. And the button here will be, for example, 15 or even 14. On the wireframe step, it is really important to compare each element and already think how you would like to design it in future. For example, right now I created a little button, but I'm not really satisfied because the withdraw button is same to sell rate. So I would like to proceed with our first style of button. I would like to change or discard from changes that I made right now, and to make the second way, as I have mentioned before, we are going to use icon as a meaning of wallet. So let's imagine that here will be some icon. Then we can increase the input here, and let's say, for example, the icon will be 25. Again, we can increase, and let's align the elements. Right now we can increase the button size, and I can increase the input as well, because I would like to be it with same height as a button. Withdraw. Okay. Here is the way how this designer made it. He has another two possibilities. It is load balance and load Bitcoin. How I would like to overwork it. First, I can see that this button looks not still good, so I would like to change design a little bit. Let's say the input will be in the middle, so the button will be as a symbol. Oh, let's proceed with this width. Okay. Here we can tell that it is our wallet because we have enough space. Wallet balance. Align it into left. And place this icon inside. Increase this field. Move. Align. So basically we just overwork one important field, and I would like to reduce this distance up to 15. Another thing I would like to work with, it is these buttons. I would like to present them on the up. So the first button here will be the same load balance. Let's turn on our layout again. So every time you need to be precise. Okay, and we can imagine that here we will use icon as well. Moving into up in order to see. And let's create some buttons. Load balance. Or even 20. Let's get rid from this icon for now and use huge text. It will be more visual appealing in the future. Load balance. And which second option we have? Load Bitcoin. Alright, so we are ready with main part, and we have favorites here. So favorite, it is a list, so we will use in future again symbols. Let's create favorites. Favorites. Align into left. The font will be a little bit less. Here we can see that we already can use some medium type of weight or even bold. And in favorites we need to create such a list. We can go to our EOS and take a look if we have a lists. There are a lot of elements that you will use in future, for example keyboards, so it will save your time a lot. There are some lists. For example, we can use table cells. Let's take this table and overwork it. So I'm pressing copy. and I would like to overwork it a bit. It is not a symbol because I can create symbol. And what I would like to do here, first I can see that it's copied as a symbol. Okay, detach from symbol then. Yes, right now it is symbol inside of symbol, got discarded. Great. So for now I would like to create borders in order to see the size of my box. But I'll use this neutral color. Great. Would like to create 50 because I'm not happy with this line, and let's back again to 40. What we have here, we have here the price and the information how the price is changing. Is it growing or fading down? Okay, we have a lot of information to work with, that's why I will create for now two big boxes. And let's say that I have here label, would like to make it 45, and I would like to type these crazy digits. BTC. Okay, now it will be this size, and the second will be national money. For example, let's say $100, right? We'll make this less in size, 14. And we need to show, is it growing or maybe going down? Okay, I would like to change in a little bit different way. So I will use icon here, some arrow, and under arrow or maybe near to this arrow will be the percentage. For example, here we have 4.8% and 12 pixels font. Or maybe let's align to the second line in order to create new rule line here. I'm pressing on the lines here under my rulers and moving the text with icon down. Align this a bit. If I do not need this line anymore, pressing, holding and moving up, you will hear some interesting sound and this line will disappear forever. Okay, so we've just created our first bar, let's say like this. Okay, I would like to work with it. First I will group it and create symbol, and let's say that it will be list. Let's preview it. If we have everything in our list, yes. And right now I can just simply copy this symbol multiple times and times I need to work in future. So basically this is almost same structure. We overworked a bit buttons and the wallet balance. Right now I would like to work with the spaces a little bit. We need to be consistent and precise. So here we have 44. Let's create 45. I'm thinking as a developer, so I have some blocks. I'm combining it visually and then making differences. For example, here I can see that this will be also block in future. So this is another important block. I would like to make here also some distance. For example, 30. Because here we might want to use some UI design in future. And also I forgot about icon. Let's move it a bit down. Then our withdraw button, it is 15. Let's keep for now. And favorites, 26. Let's make 5. But again, here we have 30. So let's create here also 30 that we will be consistent everywhere. A little tip for you. When you would like to move on one pixel if you would like to move element, button, anything, and selecting and pressing down or up, you will move only on one pixel. But if you will hold Alt Shift, you will move into 10. For example, right now I'm holding Shift with Alt, and you can see that I'm moving on 10 pixels. So we needed 30. Yes. Another thing here is 25. Let's create 15. Okay. Basically we are ready with main home screen. Let's copy this and create a such bar. In order to do this, I am renaming bar, for example, or maybe hover. And I won't touch all this information, so I can select everything here and group. The status bar also needs to be grouped. By the way, here it is hidden. Let's move it up. Okay, was fine. Hi, my name is Olga Baraeva and welcome back to my course How to Design Crypto Exchange App. Here's my next session, which is basically a third one, where we will continue building our wireframes. So let's jump into our wireframe tab. We successfully built 3 wireframes and we are going to add new 2. So let's copy one of our artboards, for example this, pressing Alt and Shift and dragging. Need to align. Okay, and let's say basically this artboard will be exchanged, so I'm going to rename it, double click, exchange. Great. And let's find out what functionality we are going to have in this screen. So first, here will be the balance. Then we are going to have the field exchange from and exchange to. An additional one will be sell orders. So let's create these tabs here. First, I think we will keep our header and just we are going to rename it. For example, here we are going to tell that this will be our exchange. Great. Then I would like to discard from $15 here, and let's just make a little addition to what we currently have. So I would like to make left alignment here and add profile picture. Let's discard from borders and align a bit. Great. Then what we have to do next, it is delete our buy rate and sell rate. Why I'm going to use copy function from previous artboard? Because we are saving our time and we are saving header, and sometimes you might want to add menu, so you will have the footer as well here, menu. So basically when you are copying, you will be precise with your elements. You do not need to insert them every time, and you will know exactly where you will change the names of headers and so on, and this will be really important when you are going to jump into a UI stage. So let's proceed. So we are going to create exchange from. I would like to use such element, but only one. So let's say exchange from. Great. Left alignment. And let's keep in mind that for now it will be with some background, which one we might want to change in future. And the height will be for now 50. Great. Then we are going to create similar symbols as we have here. So let's select our circle, copy it. I will discard from this wallet balance here, from every element and bottom as well. And right now we need to know that all elements should be different. For example, we created circle with 60 pixels in width and height, so we can't create such element one more time because we need to make always emphasize on some elements. So you will make one accent and you will make second accent. By this you making priority to different elements, and the user will know where he needs to focus his attention more or less. So I would like to create, for example, 80. Important note, when you, for example, let's go back, Command Z. When you would like to change some sizes, sometimes you can see this element. So basically this lock icon will be open. And what will happen in this case? For example, let's do same action 80. The element width is resized, but the height is still old. So it means that we are changing this element not in proportional way. And in order to skip this arrow in future, you always need to keep in mind that here needs to be lock and it should be closed. In some cases you need to resize it not in proportional way, then you need to open lock. Let's proceed. So as I have mentioned, we are going to create 80. Right now let's go back to our layout and see how these 80 pixels will look according to our grid system. And before I would like to create this symbol, I would like to preview with fast copy pasting. So to do this, I would like to press Alt and Shift and drag circles. And the good technique when you create such elements, for example, they are going to proceed in the right side, so you can create such effect as this. So we are showing that there are additional circles, additional functionality, which we can swipe and new elements will appear. Another important thing is that we need to align all these elements with pixel perfect. Great. And according to our grid, I think we need to align into 1-2 pixels. Looks great. So right now we need to enter the data of each element. For example, here we can see 0.024, 5, and here are the digits. So we need to do the same. We are going to copy this text and type 0.025. I would like to remove BTC. Right now I'm going to resize this box, make central alignment, and reduce the font size up to, let's try 24. Align with a circle. Alignment is going to be great if you are using all elements and pressing, for example, here, align by middle. Then we are going to copy this text one more time. Reduce the size again, for example 18, and type BTC. In future we are going to play with font weight, and maybe we will make little changes to overall product look like. Okay, so let's align. And right now what I'm going to do, it is create circle and these two text layers as a symbol. So to do so I'm grouping Command G, and here or directly from here pressing right click and then create symbol, and let's say that this will be exchange from. Right now we are going to our symbols page, and here we go, our new symbol, and here we can do all our future corrections according to our design in future and so on. The fast way to align the artboard size according to our edited elements right now, it is to press exchange from, basically the name of the artboard, and here you can see resize to fit. By this action all artboard will be automatically resized to all your elements and you do not need to do this manually. Okay, going back to wireframe tab, and here we can replace this circle with our symbols. To do so, I'm selecting this circle, pressing right click, and replace with document, and here will be exchange from. So this is a symbol we've just created. Pressing. When you choose the symbol and you apply this into your form, so the symbol size will be your previous form size. In order to improve this mistake, you need to know the size of this symbol. Or you can preview this size from here, or you can go to symbols, select artboard and preview. For example, I can see that this artboard size is 80 into 142. So let's type it manually. 80 we have already, but the height is 142. And when you are going to change this symbol size, you need to unlock this icon here. Okay, and let's do one more time. Replace with document, and here we have exchange from 142. The same action for this circle, document, exchange from 142. Just great, we've created the first important tab. What we can do yet? Now we are going to align these symbols with this tab. So currently we have 14 pixels. I would like to make it, for example, 20. Looks better. And let's enlarge our artboard. And make this display invisible for a second. And let's change background color into white. Why I'm doing this? Previously, we've created the artboards with the size of existing iPhone X device. But sometimes you might want to create design which will be much more than default artboard. So it was a good way to show how this artboard will be on our mobile device. But here we're going to work with a lot of data which will be showed much more down than the artboard by default, and we need to enlarge this manually. Okay, so we will turn off our layout for a while. I would like to move these elements down because we are going to work with them a bit later. Sometimes you might want to improve the order of your elements because, as you saw right now, not all elements was in proper list. So sometimes you need to go into your tab and correct all layers or groups or symbols to make them visible. So I've just corrected the visibility of these elements, and right now I can see them. So let's proceed with next step. So we have created one, exchange from, and right now we are going to create the copy of it, and we have two ways. We can create new symbol, or we can do it manually. For now, I would like to create it manually because we are going to discard from BTC in future, and we will have only one line. Or for example, I can discard from the first line, which is 0.025, and stay with B2C layer font. So let's choose our elements, press an Alt Shift, dragging into down, and for example, let's make 40. We can be consistent with our future patterns because, for example, here we have 30. And we need to be precise, so I'm going to make it also 30. And I would like to align these elements into central between these two tabs. So what I need to do is select our symbols, exchange from background and this background, and press central alignment. Yeah, you need to group this first group. And central alignment, right. Right now I can preview that here space is 25, so here I would like to make it also 25 to be precise, and copy this text as well. For example, here we definitely have central alignment. Yeah, important note, when you are going to create new layers, for example text layer, right now I'm going to favorites and delete this. I would like to proceed with here, to our edit site. So to do this for, and here, so I would like to do symbol, all elements we have here, for example digit count, create not 17, 14, widths will be different. So again, our layout and copy all of them, resize a bit to rulers, precise. The height of the all boxes will be, for example, 40. Let's align this cell box and let this show layout. I will have 12 here, and this page also 12. Important note, elements as two models, so the line, so not two. This comes from this all sizing. So for example, I pixel will be back again. See, let's just all this, not only but also, so it will same. Still we have, in order to do this right, create one column, overlay the boxes sizes precise, and you will put of each box. Oh, I would like to create into 2 pixels. Let's proceed with them. So here basically is our, for example, I want to create with duplicate this here, can download, you can use it. Why it is, you can create, for example, 10 elements. It's 45. Create 45 here. Call count, and so what do it auto copy of selected as you provide here. It will be some space, for example 10 element row, so these elements will be without space in between and you will faster. Let's go back this list, and for example I will use BTC and yes, so I would like to copy this go into symbol, press in here. Here will be right. Beam price. Beam TH. Again, measuring 20. Let's be consistent and make it. And this step will also 20. Need to action button here, the button, so we can and it, and that's all. Great. We have another tab, process of exchange. So need to copy and, for example, what we have here. First, we need to upside here. Let's the screen. So I need to, when you are copying element, then you will paste the same as you have. So here I would like to not use profile icon. I would like to get elements and I will add central. Basically what will happen if you I'm creating a background symbol to make this. We have another line, the Bitcoin, Bitcoin. We have additional with different text size. Symbol, not renaming here, and here just exchange and additional text, changing the font. We need to use small text without effects, and we need to use Bitcoin, make less to make it less, like to make and size to fit. Then going back, placing with exchange process and the height of this is 6 here. going to align it. Need to less size and the word below. Just like we read. This of this element will also going back into exchange process. Here will be BTC, BCC. Will be some arrow. So let's imagine the icon. So let's align it. The explanation. So create set will be 1. So changing the color. The height will be 1 pixel and will be now it will be this size. I'd like to work with not you now, but for wife and yeah. Oh, 2, 2, 3. Let's end right now. I'd like to change the box size and copy the second symbol digits, and it will be basically 1, 2 here and central alignment. Let's make here note on BTC equals BT and the font, and we can move this because it will be more visually align this same cell order, so we can resize. So basically right now we and I hope and on our next going to proceed with translating them into and building the all we'd like to work with our final step. So and I hope to on my next session. Design. First of all, I'd advise you to go to symbols and do one little thing. We are going to copy all our symbols and save this like that, because in case we are not satisfied with our UI design, we might want to go back to our wireframe look-like and try a new UI over the old wireframe. So let's move on. Here's our wireframe and I will do the same here, and I would like to detach all symbols from the style that we currently have. Why I'm doing this? Because first I would like to always take a look at our wireframes, and the second thing, the reason is same as for symbols. just pressing Command, right click and detach from symbol. And I'm watching that there are no symbols in this artboard. Next artboard, selecting all of them, right click, detach from symbol. Next one. Just quick work, but this is really helpful. Okay, there are, I see symbols. And let's preview on our layers. Maybe there are some symbols. So the first is here, no symbols. The second artboard, scrolling down, no symbols. Third one, no symbols. Next, without symbols. And last one, 2 symbols. Let's detach as well. Okay. So we have our wireframe here, and we are going to proceed with these wireframes on the left side. So first of all, we would like to overwork these 3 screens, and then we are going to create changes on these 2. They are more complex. So first of all, let's make some icon here. Basically, we can create similar Bitcoin icon. So let's go to our browser, and I would like to take icons from flaticon.com. This is a great free icon website which basically has a lot of variations of same icons. So I'm typing Bitcoin, and let's say that I would like to work with this icon. We are going to use EPS format here, but also you can use SVG format. You need to choose free download and send and save it. Saved, create, and going back into Sketch. Here is our icon, Bitcoin. Here we go. So first, we need to resize it according to our artboard. We need to hold our Shift and resize into a diagonal way. And also, if there is lock with open symbol, we need to press it that it will be closed and then resize it properly. Right now I would like to align with the circle to height and width. Okay. Then I have idea to use the same colors as this application, but maybe update them a little bit. So first we are going to create color background for our main screen. I'm choosing the gradient because I would like to use 2 colors, and I'm selecting, for example, this color, and the second switcher I would like to pick, this is a picker, I would like to pick this color. Then I would like to create such diagonal gradient position. Right now I can play with colors I would like to work with. So for example, I would like to change this color into this. Okay. And let's make this a little brighter. Okay. The next thing I would like to work with, it is our logo. So first of all, I would like get rid from our old circle for a little while and recolor our logo into white. So when you are working with icons, you need always to remember that you can change any element that you need by pressing Command and selecting the part of the element you would like to change, overwork, or do something with it. So in case I would like only to recolor it, I'm pressing Command and Shift, and I can select multiple elements. So for now I would like to make changes one by one or all in one. Let's try all in one first. It works. Dots are left, pressing Command plus Shift and selecting these dots, also white color. Great. So for now we are going to proceed with this color with white, and let's change the color of fonts. I would like to proceed also with white colors here, and here will be also white. I would like to make this rectangular also with white borders. And right now we are going to work with our buttons, so I would like to do next thing. First we can add icons, which means Google and mobile, or we can do next thing. For example, I would like to create style for this background button and emphasize that something will be additional and something will be main. So for example, in such cases I can use stroke for the button, and sometimes I can use the solid color. So let's proceed with solid color for now, but I would like to change the style of text buttons. So I'm going into symbol, inside of it, and I would like to choose some color, let's say like this. Make the font medium for now, or even bold. Let's try bold. Increase the box size, align it. Right now we are going to play with colors and see the difference, so how it looks. Here we need to create white bar. We can do it manually, or we can just take white bar from our style guide. For example, if I would like to do this manually, would like to make a copy and rename. For example, this will be white. When you are going to create same symbols but with some changes, you always need to rename it properly into left tab. So to do this you need to type slash and then the name you want. I will show you why you need to do like this a bit later. So for example, this will be white. Let's make first capital white. Right now let's back to our wireframe tab and see how we can change our symbol. iPhone X, and here iPhone X copy, it is our new symbol. I think, yes. Here we go. For example, when you are going to change a symbol with little changes, but the general dimensions and the style will be same and elements will be similar to previous one, this slash gives you possibility of creating such folders. So by this you can group all your symbols. I created iPhone X white, so I'm using white. And right now we choose the other bar here, but we didn't recolor it. So to do this manually, first of all I would like to see these changes and make some background, and right now take element by element and recolor. This is manual mode, but all such things you can make from style guide from Apple. I'm just showing fast how you can do it manually, because manual is what you need to know in order to be successful in all your future projects. Okay, just recolor it so we can turn off our background color. Going back, so here we go, our white bar appeared here, and right now we can move with buttons. We can move on with buttons. So let's try some other color and see how it will look like. For example, I like the color for text that, for example, it will be orange. Let's see how it looks. Not really good. Fine. Let's go back and preview. It more carefully. So let's try new style for our color. For example, we need to copy this style. To do this, I would like to create some rectangle and take the shape of this color. And then, what is important, we are going to work with document colors. You need to create such color here, and it will appear as your document color. This will give you possibility to switch fast with your document color, so you will be precise with colors, and in another way you will know which colors are used in your document, so you won't create great palette that will be too big for developers and too different. And the second color will be this. I would like to create this color. Another we can consider is this color. So basically we have added 3 colors. Right now we can go to our symbols and try to work with these colors and see how they will look on our login screen. So the popular topic is not to use any color. So first of all, I would like to do next thing. Create background color, some color, and make borders, but discard from fills. Borders will be totally white, and the thickness will be, for example, 2. The color font will be white as well. And let's discard from background color. So let's preview how it looks. This style is really light and we can proceed with this style, but I would like to try another thing. I would like to make this text with capital letters and preview it. This is much better. I like it. So let's add Google and mobile symbols. We are going to use our flat icon website again. Let's use this icon. And for mobile, we are going to use phone icon. For example, this. When you are going to use the empty button with no background, it is better to use icons with solid color than also with stroke effect. Why? Because it will be more visually recognized, and you always need to make difference solid, non-solid. Going to recolor this into white as well. Reduce the size of icon. For example, let's make precise 20 height, align with button, and let's add our phone receiver icon. Let's create 20 pixels height. Oh, sorry, we need to lock our icon, and right now we can enter 20. Recolor into white color. And be careful when you are using colors, because it has not only one layer. If you go there, you can see here the icon itself and clipping mask. So for example, if I press like this, you can see that the icon disappeared. So you always need to take the icon as a group. All our icons will be without, all our buttons will be without icons, but these icons will be with inside of buttons. So I would like to create this not as a symbol, but detached from symbol. In such cases, you can create two symbols. One style will be with icon, and the second one will be without icon. Why I would like to do this? Because I need to align this text with icon. So to do so, I need or to create new symbol with icon, or to detach from symbol and align how I want. So I think as far as we have not huge application, I can detach this and align how I want, because it is only two buttons that won't be repeated elsewhere. And the same here, detach from symbol. And align. The text and icon should be always aligned into center of the button, don't align into left, right. Then we need to work with text. I would like that this text will be much bigger, so I would like to make it 24. And this will be much less. For example, let's create for now 14. And we need to adjust this text with this element into central position. Let's align this, for example, with button into middle, not aligned, okay. Let's create additional rule, and aligned, okay. Let's align this a bit. Okay. My advice to you is always to create such middle ruler. So this will help you to understand how to align all your elements, and if there are some problems with space, paddings, and so on. So let's proceed. Let's try to make this font weight not regular but bold. I don't like it. Let's go back. So these icons, this text will be main, this will be secondary, so let's even reduce a bit, 22. Let's align, much better. Okay, so I suggest for now all looks fine. Let's discard from rules. And maybe let's try to make our colors a bit lighter. Or maybe we can proceed with, let's proceed with these colors, and I think they are great because we are not making too heavy visual colors for now. Okay, so right now we can proceed to our next screen, which basically is home one. Here we need to overwork our header first. So to do this, I'm going to our symbol. First, the background color will be white with little shadow with blue effect 15, for example, and the color will be something like this. Then we need to recolor our hamburger menu. Let's preview this color. Here will be our logo. So we are going to use, we have here Bitcoin. So I think we can create here name of our application. For example, we will copy this text, go to symbol, turn on our layout, sorry, not layout, rulers, and let's create this row, rulers 2. This will show you the space that you can't work outside. And let's get rid from this rectangular, press Command V, we have text, and let's type the app name. For example, bit X. Let's say that we have such name. Let's make it less, 24. Let's make it, for example, light, but the X will be bold, and the one side will be with this color, and the X will be with brighter color. So this gives visual difference. Maybe we can try another color. Let's try the middle. Okay, I like this better. And let's create color for this text. We can use global colors and try to work with them. So let's use this global color. Global colors are used the same as on application from Apple, from Style Guide from Apple. So we can proceed with them. Right now we need to align perfectly, pixel perfect. and see how it looks. We have some shadow, and maybe I would like to make this shadow color more active. For example, such color. Let's preview. Okay, and now let's proceed with coloring our buttons for beginning, because there will be main functionality here. So let's choose this color, and here will be such color. Our text definitely should be white, so let's recolor into white. And I would like to create also such icons here. So we need icon for balance and for Bitcoin. For example, let's take part of this icon as a Bitcoin. Let's group, Command C, Command V. All is fine. Right now we need to resize our Bitcoin element by pressing this lock and holding Shift, resizing. I have the possibility to increase the boxes, align in central position. Okay, great. And right now I need only balance icon. So let's go here. For example, let's try a balance. We need to have different meaning money. As an example, we can use such icon. And here let's add our wallet as a balance icon. Okay, pressing lock. Recoloring. Sometimes you might get the issue what I have, that the thickness of the stroke here is less than in Bitcoin. So to make the thickness same, I would like to add borders also with white color, and for example with one thickness. So visually it will be same to Bitcoin. Let's align into middle. And make more down. Okay, right now let's align all these elements together. Okay, so next thing that I'm going to create, it is the I can see that it is hidden. So we need to press ignore underline mask. The button will back again. And we have changed the style of button here. So this button also is changed, but it didn't disappear from artboard. So it is still here, but not visible because it is still white. We need to apply another color to this button. So let's move on with this button for now. So we have our buttons here. Let's create another style for a button. making copy, slash, and for example, blue. Going to recolor this button. First, let's get rid from borders and use fill. I don't want to use, or maybe let's try to preview it. Each time you need to preview to make sure that the elements will look great. So I need to rename it, okay. Let's go to our button blue. Okay, here we have withdraw. For now, let's stay with this styling, and the styling for our wallet balance. By the way, right now we can copy this icon into wallet balance. And recolor it a bit. For example, we'd like to recolor into our global color, let's say like this. And here will be same color. Let's forget about this rectangle. Taking this icon and making it 25 for now. Align. We need to create the style for our wallet balance, so I would like to create border color lighter. And radius, so the rectangle will be with rounded corners. For example, 10. Let's preview. We need little rounded corners. You can do it manually, you can type how you want. So here will be 10. And let's try to work with our favorite. So we have here a symbol. We are going to create also same elements. So let's go here in list. So what we have here, we have two positions of text and the icon, which basically means growth. Okay, so double click. I won't create the text inside. This will be changeable elements, changeable colors, so we can use, for example, green for now, or we can be universe and use our own colors. Here we need to use some up arrow, so going back to flat icon, arrow, taking this icon, EPC format, downloading, saving. Command tab is a great tool to work with. It is a good switcher. Discarding from rectangle, and right now we need to place our right arrow icon here. I would like to rotate it into 90, minus 90, or use flip. It will be same. And to make attention to users that this shows growth, I need to use the positive color, for example green. Let's preview this. This will be better. And right now we are going to create difference between main and secondary text. So this is a main. I'm going to use regular, and here it is secondary. I'm going to use light color. Even here I'd like to try medium. The color also need to be a bit different, so here I'm going to use such color. Distance from the arrow should be less. If we have, for example, two digits only, but in our case we might have 20 or 30, so we need to have such difference. Okay, let's preview how it looks. Looks better. Right now I would like to make the accent on this element, so first let's try our active color, the most active color, but with bold weight. Or let's try totally black and preview it. Let's use blue. Okay. We can make difference between buy rate also and sell rate. So you can play with all these colors how you want, showing the difference, what will be the main for you, what will be the second meaning. Definitely it's up to you. I'm showing the basics. And let's proceed with home hover. So what we have here, we have the profile picture. We can use ready pictures and just take them from, for example, iStock here, some man. Okay, let's use this man. We have some bitmap picture right now. We can increase the size that the man will be, his face will be bigger. Okay, and right now I would like to increase general picture profile. Okay, so the next thing, I would like to make the same style as we have on our start screen login. We have these fields, so we can add right now layer style, create new layer style. So this I will call gradient. Okay, and right now we can apply this style from here, gradient, same style. Let's create our hamburger menu here, white. And we have the symbols here. So basically we have some icons here and text. First, I would like get rid from the rectangle here for now and use only text plus icon. The icon is going to be white and the text also will be white. So here I won't pick any icons, just that I'll show that here will be some icon. The principle is same because you're going to flat icon, choosing some icon and placing here, so it is up to you which icon you are going to place. Just it need to be a good fit to you, to screen meaning. Okay, let's preview. Great, right now we have different pages. Let's rename properly. For example, the second will be exchange. Alright. Next, stop limit. Or for example, send. receive, next one, and history. These are the main functions. Right now I would like to make this menu a bit taller, so it won't be 40. Let's try 50. And let's create 1 pixel rectangular here, which will give me possibility to work with spaces. So no borders, but fills. White fill with 1 pixel's height, and placing on down of the element on the bottom. Placing properly. Align the main elements perfectly. Okay, let's forget about background color and preview. And let's make all symbols 50 because we have changed the height recently. Right now we need to align everything properly. So exchange is going to be pixel perfect aligned with home. Send will be aligned to exchange, receive, and history. Let's preview like this. Okay, would like to add to our circle with profile picture some kind of border with white color with thickness of, let's try 5. Okay. And let's preview our 3 screens. We might want to make some final changes when our main elements are created. So always try to look on your design with fresh eyes. So as for example, I'm doing like this. I'm taking a break for 5 minutes and going back to my design, previewing, and with fresh eyes I can see that some corrections need to be done in order to improve my existing design. So here I would like to try a few things. First, let's create this text bold, not italic but bold, and let's increase the size of home. For example, let's try 14. It is better. Okay. There is no perfect design, so you always will want to improve some elements. So for now, let's compare to our example and see what we have improved. We have improved general concept, so our design is a bit more modern according to Behance examples that we are using as a perfect functional application in our case. So I'm satisfied for now. The general app is light, not heavy as before. Let's make this rectangulars with corners, also with 10. Okay, so all elements will be rounded ones. Let's go to this symbol, and we have some gray color here. Let's create the new layer style, for example, gray. And also let's add this color to our global colors, document colors. here. Okay. Let's preview again. We can make this more attractive by creating bold style or even black. Always try to think that I would like to make difference to elements that I already have and to emphasize some priority. Right now, we'd like to work with spacing. We need to fix this background. To make it lock, I'm pressing Alt, and this will be locked. I need some space here and here. Then again. Okay. Comparing to design with gradient. Here I won't touch anything. Alright, so I think for now we have finished with these 3 screens. In our next session we will proceed with these 2. We'll take a look with the fresh eyes on these 3 screens, and we might want to improve some elements or make the product lighter, because these colors might be a bit heavy still. And these were the basics how to translate wireframe into UI design. I hope it was helpful for you and you can create your own application right now, and you understood the basics of how to work fast with symbols, with translating them into your UI design. So I hope to see you on next session, where we are going to finish our designs, and then we will make this design clickable in our next session as well. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed my tutorial. Bye bye!
Hi there, my name is Olga Bagaeva and welcome to my 5th session of my course How to Design Crypto Exchange App. Today we are going to finish all our screens and make a review of our design. So let's jump into our wireframe tab. We can rename this tab already, so let's say that this tab will be already wireframe plus UI, because we are going to finish today our 2 left screens. Okay, so what we are going to do today? First, we need to work with Exchange screen, and then we are going to work with Exchange process screen. We have already created symbol for our header in our previous session, so today we are not going to change the headers for these 2 screens and only proceed with what is left. So let's jump into Exchange screen first. We have here our digits, profile picture and tabs with list. So let's start from our first. element, we can just make this font as a textile here. So let's create new textile here, and let's say that these are our main digits. Okay, and let's apply right now this style into our text font here. Selecting main digits. Great! We've just changed our font style. Right now let's align this text into left. And let's align according to our grid system and rulers. We've just aligned it. Align a box a little bit because it's important. And let's work a bit on our profile picture. We have already created our profile picture, and in order to save our time, let's create a symbol based on our profile picture. So I'm selecting our oval group, which is basically our profile picture, and pressing right button on my mouse and create symbol. And let's say that this will be our profile picture. Okay, going right now into symbol step. Zoom out. Here we go. We have our new symbol called profile picture. And we can use this profile picture for our next screen. So let's go to our wireframe plus UI tab, and let's change this circle to our new symbol. Right click, replace with document, and here we need to find our profile picture. We've just selected and it's automatically became as our profile picture. There's a little thing that we might want to change in future, because if you use background color here, and let's say not white but some kind of this, you will see the rounded corners. Basically they are white, so you will see white stroke, and you might want to discard from this effect on our main screens. So for now I can see that it's not a problem for our current design, but if you will see such issue, you have to detach from current symbol, and the element will save its properties, or you can create new symbol and make changes you would like to work with in a new screen. Okay, so I'll stay with this, and let's proceed with our tab, which basically is called Exchange From. So basically we are going to use this style. So let's create the style for this text. Okay, so I will create new text style and will say that this will be my tabs. Let's say tabs. Okay. Right now I would like to apply this font to all my texts here. No text style, but I will choose my tabs. Okay. And for example, let's get rid from this background for now. And I see that there is some missed font, so we'll improve this box size here and here, because in case we in case we will change this font, we need this box to be a bit bigger. So let's right now select our fonts and move just a little bit. Okay, so we will be the same as here. Okay. Let's discard from this ground and this, just for now. we will back them in future in case we need them. So right now, we are going to work with our circles. Basically, we are going to work, for example, this color will be, let's say, this one. Here our style will be like, let's say main digits, but not so big. So I'd like to remember the font size 24 here, and right now apply main digits. Right now I would like to detach from text style and say 24. So now I'm going to change BTC text. Here I will change to, for example, H1. Let's try H1. And again, play with alignment and so on. Improve our box size. Align in text. And I can see that I might not be happy with this font color, so I will detach from this text size style. Here we have 18 size, and here we have still 18, but I'd like to make it not so active, for example, gray. Okay. And in future we are going to use the same style for all our symbols, so I will copy this. Oh, maybe not copy, but save new style. Create new text style and additional text for, let's say, just additional text. Okay. Selecting all BTCs that I have in all symbols and apply an additional text. Here we go. We've just changed these all texts. And Bitcoin Connect. Let's say that I'll save this size, but the color will be a little bit lighter. Okay. And right now I'd like to try to manipulate with this circle. We'll see if it works. So I would like to create new symbol from the circle. Right click and create symbol. Just circle. Here we go, our new symbol. And here I will change these circles according to colors I will choose in our future palette. And by the way, we have some letters inside of these circles. So let's create some letters. Definitely white. And for example, we will create B letter. Let's say B. Okay, maybe not so active, but bigger. 40. Align with circle. Manual alignment. As you remember, the automatic alignment might not work all the time properly if you have different patterns inside of this box. Okay. Right now I would like to change this, not bold but regular. Okay. And let's work with our circles. So basically we have 4 circles in one row. I'm happy with this style, but I believe that we are going to use different colors for our application. Sometimes it will be blue, sometimes it will be yellows here, so we need to emphasize different content by different structure. And what I'm going to do, I can't change the symbol here, just recolor the circle from inside. It's not possible, but there is some tip. You can create circle as separate symbol, and here where you have new symbol called circle, by default we have this color. Let's create 4 circles and change the color. For example, this will be yellow. This, not so active. I'd like to make like this. Okay. Green and orange. Okay, so let's say that I'd like to rename this symbol as blue. This circle will be yellow, and this one will be green. Orange. Okay, so basically we have our circle here inside, which is automatically renamed here into blue. And what we can do right now, go into our wireframe tab, you can see that inside of our symbol there is a tab where I can select symbol inside of symbol. So what does it mean? We've just created one symbol and we created additional symbol inside of it. When you do such trick, you can change inside symbols, and you do not need to detach some elements from this particular symbol. So let's say the first symbol will be with blue color, but the second will be with green. See, it changed. The next one will be with orange, and the last yellow. It saves a lot of time in case you'll need to change not only the background of the circle, but let's imagine that there will be some icon, and this icon will be repeated multiple times in 20+ screens. So in such cases you need to use this tip, symbol inside of symbol. Okay, and right now let's change the letters inside that we will be not so same all over the time. A, B, C, yeah, and D. Right. It doesn't matter which letters will be inside, just only for example. And let's align the symbols and these to our grid. Great. All is fine. And right now I'm going to work with these symbols. Double click, and what we have here, this circle is the same size as here, so we definitely can use same technique here as well. Let's replace with that document and for beginning blue. Okay. Here we have already BTC. Okay. And here it will be the same meaning, green, orange, and yellow. Or let's create vice versa. For example, this will be yellow, orange, green, and blue. Because I'd like to emphasize that these are the different tabs, so the content should be also be different visually. Okay, so we have also letters inside, so let's go here and just Command C and go in here, Command V, paste it, going back for preview, all is fine. And let's rename in the same order, so first will be D, C, B and A. Simple, fast, and you are saving a lot of times for your future work, which might be most important in the future, so lots of time is saved by this tip. Okay, so we have next step, which is sell orders. We have here our price, BTC and ETH. Right now we need to make the difference between sell orders and this information. So I would like to try first make these a little bit less and uppercase. Not only this, but all of them. And right now I can try 14. Okay. Right now we are going to our work, our style sheet here, or table. You can tell how you want to call it. Basically the meaning is same. So what we have here our text. The font I won't touch because it's nice and it should look properly. And let me think what we can change here. First we can play with our background. We can show the difference between lines not only with stroke but also with background. Really light. And we are putting over previous two layers. Meaning is same. We still have 3 columns, but we are dividing all next row by this technique. Selecting and copying to the next. Placing over the these 3 rectangles, and I have also a tip how to do this fast. You need to place into right position, then you need to press Command plus C, delete, and select the layer. This layer is our the very first layer from the up, and we need to place our copied element over this. So by this technique you can save also a lot of time. Paste in, and here we can adjust. Paste in. We can adjust as well. And copy in, paste in here. All is fine. So here, if you remember, we have changed the style for our button on the login screen here. It is with stroke, with white text and with white icon. So we have second button style here, and we need to apply this style also to this button. Blue symbols button. Go in here, button blue. Okay, right now we can see our button which says continue, and basically this is all about this screen. The information is same as on example, but presented in a bit more light, modern way and with better patterns and visual presentation. You can add backgrounds here on the exchange, from exchange to and sell orders, but I'd like to save this up to you. You can save as it is, or you can add into your own projects. And next screen, exchange process. Basically, we can save our time by copying and pasting the elements from previous artboards. So we do not need to work with styles and so on. What we can copy here? Let's say that we can copy these elements because they have the same position and the same styling as we need here. Deleting these elements from exchange process, pasting, and we have here our sell orders. Let's create additional ruler here that we will know where we need to place these elements. Deleting sell orders and this plus button. Go in here and just Command C, Command V, and we need to adjust this a bit. Okay, all looks fine. The continue button should not be continue but should be sent because it is already process of our exchange functionality. Okay, right now we need to align the end of screen a bit, for example like this, and we are going to work with this box which is left basically. So let's create the style as we have here. Let's create the background color from the color in our document colors, so this one. Okay, text should be white everywhere. White. The underline also will be white. The main rule when you are using active colors and they will be really well recognized, you need to use white colors for fonts because other colors won't work well. The other thing, I'd like to make these digits, let's try bold. Okay, maybe even this bold for better recognizability. Right. And we have our symbols here, which is basically this one. So here it's called exchange process. The difference is that we have here different text going into our symbols. These are the ones that we are working with. So I will copy this element to here, these two elements. Okay, and also here. And we have already changed the font style, and let's change Bitcoin Connect. Let's see where it repeats. Doesn't repeat anywhere. Okay, so here we need to use white color, and the circle will have different style, new one. Go in here and create a style called stroke. Right. select any additional background that we will need right now. Discard them from fills, borders, white color for borders. We are going to make our B or any other text more visual. So we need to use 2 pixels of thickness, and we can forget about our background color here. Here we need to say stroke. Here we go. And here also will be stroke. Right now we can't see any element, but if we go here, here we go. All our elements are visible. Let's compare this design to a new style which I would like to try. As I have mentioned to you, everything you will compare with only try. You can imagine, but when the things are already going into work, then you can't be sure which style you are going to use. So here we will create new circle. Let's copy this style, paste style, but make it white. And let's make this be different color, blur, and the circle will be not stroke, but this one. So we are going to rename not stroke copy, but white. Okay. Go in here, says stroke. We do not need stroke, we need white. Going. Here we go, white. Let's discard from our background color. And let's change one symbol to our new style. Process copy. We need to rename it properly. Exchange to, for example, white, just white. Okay. Going into here. Exchange, process, exchange, here. And the I got it. What the problem? We worked with wrong symbol. Need to be this one. So I need to copy only this. Forget about this symbol. Yes, all is fine. And paste it here. And says that this one will be exchange process white. Okay. Right now, just copying. We have here some text which is left. Okay, no problem. Deleting and saying exchange process white. Right now all is fine, right? I worked with wrong symbol. And right now I can compare what looks better, this style or this style. What do you think? It's up to you. Let's say that I will leave these styles for now and work with element here. We have mentioned before that here will be arrow symbol, which means transition, exchange. So we need to go to our favorite website called Flat Icon and download arrow in case we didn't download this already. So maybe I have it already. Yes, we have downloaded. So right arrow. Go in here, paste in, need to recolor, holding command button, pressing and changing my fields to white. Okay, removing this element. I would like this element will be with long arrow body, so maybe I can change. Yes, I can change. So how to do it? You have your element, pressing command and multiple clicks. This mode allows you to edit your icon. You can see here some circles. So these are the points with which the element was created. In case you will select multiple and, for example, hold shift and drag here, it's not all, it's a first step. Then you need to go to clip. So here is a clip mask. Let's forget about tool previous and move our clip mask here. Okay, so we have changed our icon a bit. So this is another tip how you can solve problems according to your icon elements. You do not need to find the perfect one, just you are going to work with the one you liked, and you can manually change it how you want, many times, I don't know, color, shape, everything, by pressing multiple clicks with command going into each circle, which means the path, and change how you want. Okay, so we have a lot of information right now. I believe that I like more the left style. Yes, I like this style rather than this, so I'm going to say that here will be exchange process white, have more priority visually. You always need to think about priority, so then design work will be pretty easy, and your understanding of design will be better, much better. Then what we are going to do yet? Let's compare to our previous design. Maybe we forgot about something, because we have all functionality. We didn't forget about anything. All is fine. Okay, so here let's put this element a bit more down. Okay, right now let's align this arrow with rectangle so it will be perfectly in the middle. Pixel perfect is important, really important. Okay, and let's preview right now all our screens that we have created recently. So what we have created right now 2 screens, which means exchange and exchange process. This was our main functionality of this application, and from the very beginning we have created our login, home, hover screens. So right now, for our future session, we need to prepare our screens a bit better. If we have little applications, so we can locate our screens in one row, then it will be easy to make prototype in the future. But if I have a lot of screens, for example, let's say that I have 20 screens and 10 of them mean some wizard, okay, some wizard process, so then I'm using this trick. Just I will say that Okay, here will be my login. And let's change this color to black. And make this size 100. So here will be login. Okay. In case I have additional screens, let's say that these wireframes have is my additional screens. So in this case, I will group like this and say that, for example, this is my onboarding process with multiple steps. Okay. This is a really good way to group your elements, to group your screens by functionality in application. So then you won't forget about which screen, which functionality, and what about interaction. This is a one way. Another way how to do this, just you will work with these steps. So for example, as you can see, I have for my course separate tab, for example, first session, second session, and so on. And you can group your screens in same meaning. So for example, I have 5 screens for now. So here I'm saying main or just main. Okay. In case I have another 10, 15 or 5 screens, here I will create additional page and will place these screens as a new page. So for example, new page, and here will be onboarding, right? As an example, onboarding. And let's take, for example, these screens, copying, Command C, going into onboarding and pasting. It is a really good way to be precise in all your screens and functionality, because first, you are dividing your application by functionality here. Second, all your screens will be grouped properly, and you won't have such situation when you create similar or totally same screens. But in our case, we've just created 5 screens, so I can stay in one tab. Why it is good, for example, if you have 10, 15 screens, so why it is good to see all screens in one time? There is one little maybe explanation for this. You can preview all screens in one time, so you can compare, for example, if you have some doubts in functionality, where to put this functionality in such screen. Okay, then you will think and you will compare. For example, I would like to put this functionality into this screen or into this screen. By comparing, you need these screens together. So for some of you it will work, and some of you will use the second way I've explained by tab. So it is up to you. You can group all screens in one tab, or you can group the screens in multiple tabs. Okay, so let's forget about our onboarding tab. Delete page. Yes, delete. We do not need them. Okay, so here are our main screens, and a bit of theory about assets. When you are going to work already with developers, you need to prepare these screens and the information about your colors and fonts for developers. For example, there are multiple tools. About them we will talk in our future session, but I'd like to talk about icon preparation for now. For example, if we will use icon export now, it will save our time in future. So let's say we would like that this icon will be exportable. How to do this? You can see here, make exportable. you need to press on plus where it says add new export options and select your settings. For example, I suggest you to use SVG format, and here you will use prefix. So what is prefix? Basically, it's the resolution of your export. There is 1x, 2x and 3x. 1x is already almost dead, so basically we are going to use 2x and 3x in our modern time. So when you're using this technique, developers will extract all icons from the tools we are going to talk about in our next session. This technique will allow you to save your time. First, you do not need to export it manually, and the second, developers will extract these elements by themselves without your help. So let's go back and talk about our screens. So for 2 sessions, we've created basic crypto exchange app, which has functionality of login, home, how to interact with other pages, and the main pages of exchange, preview and already sent. We can add how many screens you want in future, and it depends on functionality you are going to work with, you need, and so on. But this is a main way how to create exchange app. And we saw today how we can work with such technique called symbol inside of symbol. And we tried it, and I hope you liked. So let's sum up that we have created for only 2 sessions. It is really fast period of time. We have created basic exchange app, and right now we are going to create our very first prototype in next session. So what will be in our next session? We are going to talk about prototyping. What is it? What tools you can use? And we will make preview for the screens we've created, and we'll see how it looks on your mobile. So I hope this session was important for you, and you understood some basic principles on how to create exchange app, and of course you liked my session. So thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you on my next session, which will be really soon, and we will create preview for our application. Thank you, have a great day, bye bye. Hi there, my name is Olga Bagaeva, and welcome to my 6th session of my course How to Design Crypto Exchange App. So what we will discuss today in our session, we are going to talk what is prototyping and which tools we can use in order to create successful prototype. So basically, what is prototype? Prototype, it is visual presentation of your product, website, application, and so on, created just visually with interaction. So you can click from one page to another, from one screen to next screen, so which is basically created without coding experience. So this is the main difference between prototyping and already development. So let's go to our file and how we are going to create today our prototype, and we will talk about different tools that we can work with. So today we will create our prototype using Sketch native prototyping. It is easy, fast and free. But I would like to introduce to you a few different tools that are similar and can be used for prototyping needs. So, as I have mentioned before, first is Sketch native prototyping. But please note that you need latest version for Sketch, because under version 49 there are no prototyping symbols. For example, you won't see this preview and cloud icons. So please, before you are going to work with Sketch prototyping, please check your Sketch version and use always the latest one. What are other prototyping tools? First, it is InVision, and second is Zeppelin. So basically we are going to talk about three main tools: Sketch, InVision, and Zeppelin. We will build our prototype in Sketch, so I will tell right now about InVision and Zeppelin and how it works. So InVision, it is the prototyping tool where you can upload your design directly into web version. You need to sign in, and then you can upload your designs by two ways. First, you will save your design as a JPEG or PNG, and you will manually create prototype using hotspots. The other way is to download Craft by InVision and install it inside the Sketch. You will see such icons here. So basically this icon, which is sync, it is about prototyping for InVision, and you can work with your artboards here in future. So here is InVision. If you are interested, please take a look at this InVision. It is the most popular online platform for prototyping, and it has good possibilities to collaborate with developers, get instant feedback from managers, stakeholders, any feedback for your design, because there are collaborative possibilities. And you can use also testing possibilities. You can test your design. So InVision, it is really good tool for prototyping. And besides, they have another tool, not for prototyping, but it calls InVision Studio. It's a tool look like Sketch. If you're interested, you can take a look at this tool. The second tool for prototyping called Zeppelin. So what is Zeppelin? Zeppelin is also a collaborative tool, but the main focus is not only for prototyping, creating links, hotspots, and making comments. Here, main direction is collaboration for developers. So each company prefer to work with different tools. It might be InVision, it might be Zeppelin. Zeppelin is mainly for developers and InVision mainly for managers and stakeholders. According to developers' feedback, Zeppelin works better in development meaning, and InVision works for other directions, but much better, for example, collaboration, and it has testing. So it's up to you which tools you are going to choose for prototyping. And let's go back to our Sketch and create our prototype using Sketch native prototyping. Here we have in our main tab our 5 screens that we created during our last 2 sessions. And there are multiple ways how to create prototype. First, you need to know that you can create you need to create hotspots. Hotspot, it is meaning of hotspot, where user need to press in order to do some action or go to another screen. So it's kind of similar. For example, if it is button, we are pressing button on mobile and we are going to some other screen, right? So here we are going to create such overlay, which called hotspot, over elements we need to click on in order to do some action. And the way how to create this hotspot is similar to InVision. It is one way, and the other way it is the way I will show you right now. So the first thing, we have our elements, we have our screens, and let's go step by step and create linking all over the application. So first, for example, I would like that by pressing on this button, I will go inside this application. So what I need to do? I need to create hotspot over this element. I can create this hotspot by 2 ways. Or I can hit H button and draw overlay, and after I will show to which screen I will go. You will see such line, curved line, which shows basically to which screen we will create connection. So this is a one way, and I don't really like it because there is one minus of this way. For example, I created linking using this direction, this way, and in case I will change the design, for example, I will move this button into up, so this hotspot won't go up as well. And for example, I can see these 5 screens right now and I can adjust this hotspot according to the elements and it's not a problem. But if you have 20-30 screens, and for example there is a button that repeats on all screens in the same position, and you created a symbol and you changed the symbol by moving this, for example, button into up, and just imagine that you need to move right now this hotspot manually in all these screens, so it's not really good and not best direction of your work. So the other way how you can create this hotspot, it is select your button, press W. I'm using hotkeys, but also you can create this linking by, for example, pressing here, prototyping tab, plus, and the way of creating these links will be same. But in order to save my time, I will tell you the hotkeys. Besides, by statistics, if designer uses hotkeys, he will save 20% of his time. So he will create design, his work will be faster up to 20%, rather than he will use this clicking, working with steps and so on. So we are going to work into right direction and already trying to remember these hotkeys. So let's create link from login with mobile to our home screen. Okay. Let's right now work with our home screen, and we have our hamburger menu here, and in our case it is a symbol. We can create here the link by going inside of symbol. So I'm going to symbol, double click, selecting my hamburger menu here. It is a group. Let's type that this is a hamburger. Okay. And in this way, in such situation, when you are working with symbols, then you need to work with this step, because you can't link this element to another tab. They are separate elements and you need to use prototyping here. So let's create link by pressing here plus, and right now we are going to set our target. Target, it is the screen where we need to go. So I'm choosing my main tab, main page, and here I will say that here it will be home hover. Okay, you will see such icon. This icon means that the connection is created, but the target is on other tab, so it means just other tab, destination. Return to instance. Okay, here we can create link by tapping W and going inside of here. Okay, you need to press only on screen. It doesn't matter where you will press, not by element, but you will press on artboard. Then we are going to make transition from home to exchange. So here let's create the connection from button withdraw to exchange. It can be different buttons by the meaning, but I need to make connections between all screens. Here we need to make transition from continue button to W, to exchange process. Okay, we have created, and let's add here additional tab. And let's say that this will be our logout. Okay, so right now I will create logout. Transition to our login screen. So W and choosing our login artboard. Okay, we have selected and created the links all over our screens here. So we have links, but you can have a question how we can preview. It is easy. We are choosing our login screen, and you can see here two buttons, Cloud and Preview. We won't consider Cloud for now, because Cloud, it is your document online with same prototyping, with all linking elements that you will create here in Sketch. Just you will press here Cloud and it will go to web version, and you can share, comment, and so on. So this is a bit similar to InVision. We are going to press on Preview. You will see additional screen here, and this is a simulator or virtual preview of how your design looks on mobile. According to dimensions of your artboard, it will be totally same, and you can resize if you need to. And here, for example, if you don't know where is your link, where is your transition from one element to the second element, you can press anywhere, okay, anywhere on this preview, and the link will show you some orange hover on the element where you've just created the transition. Okay, so I'm pressing login with mobile. Okay, here is our home, so we've made the transition. Okay, then we have two functions here, or pressing by hamburger. Here we can go back, we can log out, again log in with mobile, and right now we will withdraw. Here we need to go down. I've just scrolled by button, by my mouse, and pressing continue. And here is our last screen. So basically it has same transition. If I press hamburger, here will be my hamburger. So this is a fast way how you can create all links. Okay, we've just created linking and all our artboards are connected. But if you will take a look carefully, all our transitions, so transition, it is how one screen goes to another one. So if I press login with mobile, so the next screen will appear from right to left. And if I press on hamburger, again from right to left. And this is not really a good in visual meaning, so I'm going to change this a little bit. First, I'm choosing my login artboard. And here we have our element with prototyping. Right now we are going to take a look on these icons. So what it means? It's called animation. Animation, it is how your new screen after clicking will appear instead of previous one. So currently by default, Sketch uses this icon. So basically, animate artboard from right. There are multiple choices. You can choose, for example, no artboard animation. So it comes without animation. You can choose animate artboard from bottom, from left, and from top. So it depends on your taste, functionality. You can choose different animation and apply. So let's update a little bit our prototype. Let's select our button here, and I don't like the transition. I'd like to make it, for example, no artboard animation. Okay. Here I will make this element our hamburger menu. Where's our hamburger? That the next screen will appear from left to right. Okay. Here, now hamburger menu, group. Let's say that I need to show that this screen will appear, will go back. But I have no such possibility, so I will choose, let's try this and preview how it works. Okay. In exchange, we have already animation for our header, and for continue I will make this transition. For center we have no animation, so let's preview our prototype again, and maybe we have better animation. Preview. Okay, login with mobile. Fast. Okay, right now animation is correct. Let's preview hamburger. It is better. And let's press again. Not what I wanted, so let's change this hamburger. Let's make it this. Animate output from right and see how it works. It's not precisely correct as on real mobile, but you can create really similar animation. So right now it looks almost good. Yes, the Sketch native prototyping has not a lot of functions, and if you compare to InVision, there will be a bit bigger variations of animations, but it is a new feature in Sketch, and there are really interesting things about it, and I hope in future they will only improve it and add some additional functionality, because before there were no prototyping feature inside of Sketch. So for a lot of designers who don't like to use InVision, Zeppelin or other prototyping tools, this is a really good way to create prototype inside of Sketch, because you can use it first for free, then you can get a feedback, you can share this file, and what is most important, the links. For example, if you are using Zeppelin, the links created inside of Sketch will go directly inside of Zeppelin, so you do not need to create links inside of Zeppelin by any other way, for example as on InVision. As you can see, each tool has some pros and cons, and you need to consider them. Okay, so let's continue with our prototype. Let's try to preview hamburger one more time. I think it's better. And right now I would like to change the logout animation here. Okay, and I would like to change withdraw animation. Okay, and continue will be like this. Let's preview again. Log in with mobile. Hamburger. I'm fine with it. Withdraw. New type of animation, right? Looks nice. Okay, scrolling down. Continue. Fine. And that's all. So there is a way how you can back to your previous screen. For example, you have pressed something and you have a sequence of screens, and you don't have, for example, I need to press send in order to proceed or go back, but I have no links, and for preview needs I need to go back in my previous screen that I've just opened. So there is a way. You can see this arrow, which means show the previous artboard, and you can press this icon and you will go back artboard by artboard as you did before. So it's kind of vice versa preview. Okay, here I would like to preview logout. Fine, so I think we have right now good prototype. Another feature that we got recently with latest update of Sketch, it is fixing fixed headers and menu. So it is fixed elements. What does it mean? When the prototyping tool appeared first time inside of Sketch, we created just links, and for example I'll show you on a real example preview, and we need to scroll. You can see that the header, which is basically this element, is also disappeared if I scroll. So right now it has little improvement. Let's select symbol And you can see right now fixed position when scrolling. Let's tap and let's make this effect also on exchange process screen. Also fixed position when scrolling. And let's preview this particular screen. Preview. And let's scroll right now. As you can see, right now the header is sticked. Let's work a bit on how it looks and correct our header. So we can fix our header everywhere because it should be sticked always. And let's preview our symbol. So what it has? It has fields, white, but it has 82% of opacity. I don't need 82. I need, for example, let's create 90 or even 100. Let's start from 100 and see if it's nice. Okay, and I will copy this element, this particular element bar inside of symbol. The same location. Okay, so it will be fixed right now, and let's preview how it looks with 100% of appearance without opacity. Preview, and let's scroll right now. Sometimes, as you saw right now, there was some little bug when you updating your symbol and already previewing without waiting 5-7 minutes. So sometimes you will see the old design decision and you will think that you have changed something, but it doesn't work or some bug came. So don't worry, it's all is fine with this. You just need to wait for a little while, as you saw right now, and all will be updated. So right now we have our application with sticked header, and in case we had a menu here on the bottom, we will use also fixed position of this element and always menu will be sticked. So right now we have created fully functional application, and I hope you are really happy with the experience you've got. Let's preview our work, how it looks. I think it looks nice. We have good animation transitions. We have sticked header. We have no arrows. All looks fine. Readable, recognizable. Functionality works well. And design is clean and according to last trends. So I hope you also like this result. So let's sum up what type of work we did and what knowledges right now you know in order to create a crypto exchange app. So you know how to build wireframe and work with symbols. Then you know how to translate these wireframes into user interface and works with text styles, layer styles, and symbols also. You know how to work with artboards, copy and paste in a proper way. You know how to work with grids, with layout, and you know about style guide of, for example, we used style guide from Apple. So these guys are mainly about EOS we have used here. The elements was taken from the also ready-made templates from Apple. And right now we have created prototype yet real preview, and right now you have all necessary knowledges and you can build your own exchange application, crypto exchange application, or any other application you want to work with. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I hope my explanation was helpful for you. Maybe you will work with this application and you will add this design to your portfolio, or maybe you would like to improve your knowledges as for manager. But basically right now you know how the process look like, you know what is UI and UX, how it works, how to create this application. So yes, we successfully finished this course, and I'm really happy that I talked to all of you today and on my previous sessions. I hope to see you on my next courses, and thank you for your attention. Thanks everyone again, and have a great day. Bye bye.